Test and stream 1 2 3. Test and stream 1 2 3. Test and stream 1 2 3. Test and stream 1 2 3.
Test, test, 1 2 3. Test, test, 3 2 1. Test 3 2 1. Test 123. Test 321. 123. 321.
Hello, Jeffrey. I'm saying something in the WebEx feed right now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for enduring another virtual planning committee meeting. Our first call over today is citizens wishing to address the committee, of which I'm informed there are none. I believe, and I may be wrong, Angela, but do we need to approve minutes or not? It's not on the agenda, but do we need to approve minutes?
No, sir.
Okay, we good? Okay, then we'll go straight into our matters requiring committee actions and deliberation. Mr. Lane is going to talk to us about approval of Post L Group for a construction contract.
Well,
You're muted, Adam.
hello, everyone.
There you are.
I am very excited to talk to you today about this proposal. I think I first heard about the old cancer center and the outpatient behavioral health center in my initial interview with Dr. Duncan and her desire to get it moving. And so here we are finally at the point where we can do so. We did go out for bids on this. The bidder that we selected for this for $732,000 is minority women business. The total project cost is $1 million. So for those of you who do not know, we had an act of vandalism in the old cancer center. Some folks went in trying to pull copper piping down. We have done remediation there and demolition. We have not built back. We have a partial settlement from the insurance company. So what we have done is, in lieu of building all that back, we have looked at approving this contract for $732,000 and adding a owner-controlled allowance fund of $300,000. In that, some of the build back will not occur as they are not specified in the future plans. So we will continue to demo some of these walls and we will only build back some of them. So we'd like to go ahead and control that ourselves as we build back separate and apart from this contract.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Adam?
So this is the old cancer center, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did some homework on I wasn't familiar with the Post L Group and did some homework on the web this morning. It looked like a great group. Should do a super job for us.
Yep, and they've done some work, minor work for us. So this is really their first larger foray, and we think they're going to do a bang up job. We're really excited about it.
Awesome. Any questions of Adam or staff at all from anyone?
Trent, my only comment being, I admire what Adam did, that this contractor, being a minority contractor, like you just said, they've done work for us before, satisfactory. And I think that's been the philosophy, to utilize individuals like that who we work with initially, and then as they do good work, give them additional opportunity. So I commend Adam and staff for doing that. So if there's no additional, if you're looking for a motion, I would certainly make the motion to approve, Trent.
I am, thank you. So we have a motion from Mr. Powell to approve.
This is Dorothy, I second.
Have a second from Dorothy. Any questions or discussion? Not all in favor say aye.
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 All righty, all opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you very much, Adam. We appreciate it.
Hey Trent, this is Roger. I'm a few minutes late, but
Hey Roger, did you get a chance to vote on that?
yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, great, fantastic. I think what I want to do, folks, if you're okay with it, is I want to move item 4B up right now, and then I want to take 4A to executive session. Mr. Early, is that okay with you?
Yes, sir. That is fine. Thank you.
Awesome. So let's do, Adam, if you'll give us the update on facilities, and I want to chime in with you on that one when you're finished, based on the tour we took last week. So Adam, why don't you tell us where you are?
Surely. We're happy to do so. So we have uncovered a number of issues, and some of them are quite severe. And at one point, we decided that it was pertinent to bring Mr. Early, Dr. Duncan, and Mr. Petty on a tour to look at 3 issues which we feel are emergent. And you will see there is a presentation that we have with this that speaks to the facilities and their update. So first slide, if we could.
Okay, guys, we're going to be bringing up that slide here in just a second.
So the first component is we happen to have 3 central plants, which is something rather unusual for a healthcare facility. Understandably, if we had 2, one across the street in the pavilion, one here, but there is a legacy central plant that is in fact underground. This central plant, the roof deck of the central plant is the entrance to the morgue area and the food service area at the back of the kitchen, as well as to our generator yard on the back side.
Excuse me, Adam, are we supposed to be looking at anything?
Yes, sir. It is the first slide for underground central plant. It says structural slab failure.
I think they're working on getting that up for us.
Oh, okay.
Adam, you might want to hold off till we can
Surely.
track with you on what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. If you have them at home, I think David said you had to bring them up on yourself.
All right, so if you'll go to your, is it, there we go. It's coming up now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is.
All right.
Perfect. So the first picture, you will see that the roof deck of the central plant is in fact spalling. You will see exposed rebar if you look through the pipes. They are rusting, of course, because there's water intrusion into the slab, the roof deck slab of this underground central plant. And I just want to take you through the next few slides and you can see the extent of this. Go ahead to the next slide. So again, significant failure of the roof deck above. And again, this roof deck takes rather large loads on a daily basis, going into the kitchen for food service delivery for the pallets, etc. Next slide. Again, you can see we have exposure. If this roof deck does fail, it will fail over the natural gas lines we have, as well as all our chill water lines. Next slide, please. Most significantly on this, the roof deck is failing over our main entrance into the hospital. That is our main service electrical entrance. You can see that. So if the slab does fail, it will take down the main service to the hospital. Of note, this is upstream of the generators. And so if in fact this does fail, we will not have emergency power. Let's go to the next slide. In addition, this again is the main electrical service prior to where it feeds into those transformers. You can see that we have water penetration throughout. In fact, this must, honestly, I don't know how long this would be going on, but for having calcification on the cables, it would have to be several decades. Of concern and of note in this photograph as well is that the cables themselves are unconduited. You'll see a 2x4 in the foreground there. We have done some intermediate shoring right now. That's not long-term shoring. We will bring in some metal formwork to shore up while we go through replacement. So the extent of this is roughly 45 feet by 90 feet. And this will take us to digging up that entire area above the central plant near the morgue. We do not have a timeline budget. This could be a couple $1 million. It could be $3 million. We do not have that extent. A structural engineer is designing the slabs as we speak. They have been out and done a full assessment. So this is item number 1. This is clearly the most emergent of the 3 components that we have. Let's go to the next slide. Item number 2 has to do with our emergency power. Recently, Trent and Robert approved some emergency funds to reconnect our emergency generators. There was a delay in the paralleling gear to the emergency generators. We have held off on doing that because we've found other significant issues with the generators. The generators in this picture are the 4 generators that are in the generator house. This is 4 of the 5 emergency generators. These emergency generators handle our critical branch as well as our emergency power branch. They are not whole house generators, and they're not meant to be. Again, these are from 1975. The generator that we're looking at directly in the center, in fact, is non-functional right now. We have a $100,000 capital project out to rebuild this generator. Next slide, please. So here you see outside generators, and to give you a broader picture of what JPS has, we have 14 megawatts of power, of generator power on this side of the street and on the other side of the street. More than enough to handle this hospital and probably a couple other hospitals. The problem is they are not interconnected. And the ideal situation would be that if a generator fails, another generator set will pick up after that. That is not the case. So the 3 generators on the pavilion side act alone. They will pick up for the pavilion. If one generator goes down, another one picks up on that side of the street. On this side of the street, that is not the case. So what you see in the foreground, the first housing is for the 5th emergency generator. So I just showed you the previous 4, plus this one make up our emergency circuit generator. Beyond that, you see housing, and it's actually 4 generator housings that are behind that are the TXU generators that TXU put in roughly 15, 20 years ago for load sharing. And they were meant to be whole house generators, and if they ran and we were not consuming all that power, that power would go back to TXU and hit the grid, and they would disperse it appropriately. That has not occurred for, I think, about a decade. So that agreement is long since gone. Our issue is that, again, the generators are not interlaced. So if our emergency generators go on, which they do, and part of what Robert and Trent approved was us to get those generators back to where they fire within 10 seconds per Joint Commission code, and they are doing that, thankfully. Then when we want to switch to the whole house generators, those whole house generators cut off the emergency generators and take the full house load. The issue with that is we have an open circuit and our generators really do not switch back and forth as they should. So we are working through this problem. We think this is very solvable. The board was kind enough to approve replacement of one of those TXU generators last year, so we have that on order. That's coming in. And Trent had a really brilliant idea when we toured of possibly eliminating all 5 of the emergency generators and going to the whole house generators exclusively in the interim until we build a new facility. Again, we are testing that with an electrical engineer. They've already started their tracing of our circuits. We're still trying to figure out which generator has which circuit, but we are very close, and they're doing one-line drawings again as we speak. Next slide, please. The third component we have, which is emergent, is our chiller issue. So we have 4 chillers that are circa 1945. They are essentially yes, sir.
Say that one more time slowly.
Okay, we have 4 supplemental chillers that are circa 1945.
Okay, I thought I heard you correctly. Just wanted to be sure.
Yes. So these 4 chillers used to serve what we had called an ice house. And way back when, the chillers would generate ice in a compartment, and then air was blown across that compartment, and then that air was the cool air that would go into a facility. That process of cooling and heating a facility is no longer in use. I think that went out sometime in the 60s.
With the Flintstones.
What's that?
With the Flintstones.
That's right. So additionally, although this looks very clean and the guys did a great job of cleaning this up prior to our tour, and I almost wish they hadn't because you would see the true picture. These generators have not been maintained, chillers have not been maintained over the years. What these chillers are used for now is supplementary chillers. And so we have primary chillers, which I'll show you in a minute. They're in fabulous shape. And these chillers are meant to supplement when the load gets too much at the end of the year. So the chill water that goes through them is not pure because there's scaling inside these chillers. And there's no telling whether they're going to come on or not year to year because we do not run them fully. Let's go to the next slide.
Just to give you board members a bit of a perspective on life, when these chillers were ordered by JPS, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president of the United States. For those of you that are younger, and I'm not speaking to Amanda in any way, but you can Google that and find that to actually be the case, because Amanda is frustrating because she's so darn young. But that was Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
And the history buff.
Yeah, exactly. If you're on Jeopardy, if you're on the JPS Jeopardy show and they ask you who's the president when half of the facilities at JPS are still in line, you will know the answer.
Thank you.
Robert, I think you're sort of exaggerating. I think it could be Truman as well. Okay.
Yeah, you're. I was right at that time. It was right before the death, Mr. Montgomery.
When are y'all gonna make
Robert,
the bonus round?
Robert, there's a whole lot of feedback coming out when you talk.
Okay, well, that usually is the case.
He said that it was there when you were born, like the.
I can tell you a story about these chillers.
No, don't.
Keep going, Adam. I lost Adam. Where is he?
Next slide.
Adam, you're muted.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide? I'm back on. Am I on now? Okay. Technical problems. Okay, so again, these are two of the other side of that, two more chillers on the other side of this ice house. Let's go to the next slide. So we do have a solution for this. When the central plant was built on Felix, and I'm going to butcher this, God's Central Plant Drive, somebody had the forethought to put in a housekeeping pad for an additional chiller. There is a roll-up door there. And let's go to the next slide. You can also see that all the valves were put in place, and those are the end caps that you see on all these color-coded pipes that are above. So we have a really easy solution for this, which is we buy another chiller identical to the ones that you see in the picture. We connect up the valves. We have already confirmed that the cooling towers on the roof, in fact, will handle the capacity of this chiller and additional capacity. We're still checking on the pumps and the electrical impedance on that, but we think we're okay. So what we'd like to do is purchase a chiller, connect it up, and decommission the old chiller plant and then reset it for reuse as a different function. Globally, I do not have pricing on all of this. My guess is that the chiller component is probably around 2 million to 2.5 million. The generators are not anywhere near in that range. I think it's going to be in the range of under $1 million, depending on what we find with the circuiting. And again, with the structural failure that we have found, I really don't have a handle on that yet. It could be 2 million, it could be 3 million, it could be 4 million. Until we start chipping that out, we do not know. But the most expensive piece of that will not be the concrete and replacing that, is that all of that will have to be hand dug out and hand chipped out, because if we don't, we take the chance of actually collapsing it into the central plant below. So those are the first three components on the central plant. I'd also like to talk a little bit about the enterprise risk management program. That is already underway. The pilot program for that was at Jessica. It went off without a hitch. In fact, I can't decide if the complaints were that we had an infestation of consultants or we had an overwhelming amount of consultants in the place, but they were in every nook and cranny of that building. The data was incredibly rich that they have collected, and they have already started on the hospital now and moved forward. We're a little bit behind of entering that data into the new database that you guys approved in the approval of the program itself. We're working out the T's and C's. There's some legal issues we have to get by, but we are by means not behind schedule. In fact, we're a little ahead of schedule, and this schedule for the enterprise risk management runs through February, and then we will have our data collection component out of the VFA software, and we'll start presenting to you the results of that, which should be incredibly robust. The last piece of my presentation, if we can go to the next slide, is regarding Broadus and the Broadus contract. So I've been in contact with their program manager, Derek Walls, and we have had a meeting internally, and we spoke about this at the last planning committee joint meeting with finance. Again, we are looking at the first tranche of that agreement of 9 months, not to exceed at 3.9 million. But we need to reset that into refocus on programming, master planning, and you can see there, it's about the buildings, the locations, the square footage, master planning, the central plant, our ambulatory array, our hospital, and what it's going to look like. We need to get a handle on what the future of healthcare looks like from a structural perspective. We know that the initial programming was done in 2013. The Blue Ribbon Committee was 2017. And of course, we've been through a COVID world, and healthcare is not the same animal it was at the contemplation of this agreement. So I think I have a meeting on Friday to start the MEP master planning, and then we will circle back with Broadus, I think a week and a half or 2 weeks from now. I think Suzanne's still setting that up. But we are moving full steam ahead, at least on this component, so that we can have an idea of what our capital spend will be. I think within the next 6 months, we'll have a pretty good idea of that, and then we'll have a full master plan within the 9-month time frame. So we're moving expeditiously at this point. Any questions?
No.
Adam, let me, just a couple of intro comments. First of all, moving back to the central plant, what is the staff's recommendation and request at this point?
Our recommendation is that we get some funds right away, $400,000 or $500,000, so we can start paying for these consultants. We have contracted with them under operational right now within the departments. Of course, all of this will be capitalized because it'll all be capital projects. We also would like to access that $10 million that the board was gracious enough to set aside for us to start looking and putting designs on what that's going to be and start putting some numbers on this. But the sooner we can bring people in to start the work on the structural component, the better, even if we have to take it operationally and then start moving it to capital. I just don't think we can wait on that. That really, I have grave concerns about that structural component. Just not only from that caving in, but from a life safety component for the hospital itself.
So Adam was kind enough to invite Dr. Duncan and Robert and I to go on this tour, and we were accompanied by Juan. Is that right, Adam?
Yeah. Juan, yes.
And we got a chance to walk through all of this, and trust me, the pictures do not tell the whole story. The pictures make this look actually really bad, but not as bad as it does when you actually go walk through it. Our trip through there was enlightening and frightening at the same time. I think that one of the things Robert and I discussed was that JPS, I think all of us have done an incredible job incorporating the JPS mission and the JPS culture into our touch with our patients, our touch with our doctors, and our touch with our employees. I think there's an area where, however, I think it's fallen short. And that is how we incorporate that vision and that culture into the way we maintain our facility and make sure that our facility is sustainable and ready to do everything else that's required to meet our obligations for the community. I've had some experience in central plant work through my career, and this was the most sobering trip I've ever taken through a central plant. So I was very specific with Adam when we talked, and I said, I really want you to not mince words here and not apologize and not do anything except lay the facts out for the planning committee, because it's my assumption the planning committee, A, will want to know, and B, will probably direct staff to begin moving forward expeditiously to resolve these things. The first question that's in every one of your minds, that was in my mind too, was, in something like this, wait, since we know we've got a big bond issue coming and the hospital itself is going to undergo massive structural changes, if not major tear downs, when that bond is approved. And speaking on behalf of Juan and the other employees that we trust to protect us and our patients down there, I can tell you the answer is no. This is a circumstance where we, I believe, have an opportunity and an obligation to make our culture work throughout our organization, not just where we touch patients and employees, but really looking at the entire organization. I salute Adam. This was not an easy tour for him to have to give. It wasn't an easy thing for us to see, but everyone on this board has been here and had the unfortunate position of regretting not doing something earlier. My presumption is we don't want to do that anymore. So I'd ask Adam to bring this to you all. I'd love to hear your feedback and your direction. This is actually a request for non-budgeted emergent funding. We clearly have the dollars available, but it's not something that we went into the budget cycle saying we were going to spend, because it simply wasn't, we weren't aware of it to the level we should have been. So I'd like to hear your comments and your recommendations, and we will respond accordingly.
Trent, my comments are very similar to what you just said. I think the comments about the culture and the mission are definitely important, but you just said it. Also, it's the safety of our patients and our employees. And so I commend what we're doing. No one wants to spend. We just had a finance meeting last month. We talked about how conservative the balance sheet had been maintained with this organization through this pandemic time. My personal reflection is, shortly, I think it's something we have to deal with. I haven't heard maybe what the estimate we're approving. It needs to be fixed. I heard, are we going to go into the $10 million fund? If there is some degree that Adam feels like he needs recommended for the consultants and to get in there and get going, I would certainly support it.
Thank you, Charlie. Other comments?
I agree with the comments that were being made, that even though we are going to do some things in the future, I still think you're going to be over in that building for a long time. I would not want to see that danger for others just because that's a future thing we're going to do. So I think we should move forward. I think since we put back $10 million, that we need to move forward in saying, let's move forward and start that process.
Trent.
I second Dorothy's motion, 100%. We can't wait.
So we have you were a motion, right, Dorothy?
Mr. Petty?
Yes.
We don't have this on the agenda as a specific approval item, but the board can certainly, the committee can certainly give direction to Mr. Lane to move forward with prioritizing this item, and we can bring back a specific request for approval on a particular item.
Okay, so we don't have to necessarily take any action to allocate the funds to do the research that's going to be necessary.
That's correct.
Okay, well, then,
Daphne, did anyone ask Daphne for her opinion on that one?
Oh, but I think he's right. The direction of the board is, let's get this thing solved.
Sure.
Trent, I've got a question.
yes, Rob.
Is the item that we're going to bring forth to spend the whole $10 million? Or, I mean, we've got to have steps, right? First, we need money for the consultants and the engineers. We need the construction. I don't want to just say, here's $10 million, go spend it. I'd like to something come back and say, hey, we need $1 million for architectural and engineer. Okay, we approve that. Now we need this for construction, and we approve that.
You're correct, Roger.
You're right. That's the plan. What we want to be able to do is hear this, first of all, and give the staff direction to go and formulate this, both budgetary and programmatically, so that we know what we're going to be looking at going forward. Today we're not spending money. Today we're giving staff direction on what to prepare to bring back so that we can look at this more empirically.
This is Reverend Emerson. Sorry, I was late coming on. And I heard you mention about the connection with Broadus. So as we put together that plan and recommendation, it will also be from our consultation with Broadus on somewhere where they see we're headed, so that when we bring this forward, it will somewhat coincide with what we're going to do up the road, I'm assuming.
Yes. So this is separate and apart from the broadest component. This is related more to the enterprise risk management assessment that we're doing. This is to get the hospital to the point that we can actually live in our current facilities until we have a new facilities erected. Broadest will be on that other side of the fence for planning the new facility.
Yeah, so Ralph, let me respond to that too, to answer your question. This is not part of Broadus's scope at all. This is going to be additional scope that is outside of what Broadus proposed and outside of what Broadus was funded for by the Commissioners Court and by the board. There certainly is going to be an attempt, especially when you get to the latter stages of that presentation today, when we start talking about generator replacements, chiller replacements. Those components do become integral to ultimately Broadus's scope relative to improvements that we do in the future. But I don't want the board to get the opinion that today what we're doing is really supplemental or in any way a part of Broadus's scope under IRMA, because it's not. This is separate. Okay.
So when the plan is put together, brought back to the planning committee via the board, can we include in that the what if we didn't do anything, what the impact would be?
Yeah, a cost benefit analysis of sorts, Adam, so that we can understand both perspectives.
Sure.
The one thing, Mr. Chair, that I want to do is, you know, I think that was a difficult tour to take. This is a huge facility, and it has parts of it that are hodgepodge and put together. But I don't want to be remiss in pointing out that Adam Lane and Karen Duncan were key components to making sure that we're looking at every aspect of this organization. That's a mainstay of what you want in people like your chief operating officer and what you want in the role that Adam plays. And I want to commend them and thank them for bringing it to our attention. And I want to thank the board in preface to that for your responsiveness in the comments y'all have made to solving a problem. So I am hugely grateful, but to Karen Duncan and Adam Lane, they did great work, and we're certainly proud of them.
Robert, I just add to that back to Adam and Karen, you know, this is not something that I see is what we're going to have and build and what Broadus is going to do. And Ralph, again, in the first part of this presentation, I believe we truly have a risk here. It's been pointed out. The board now has awareness of something that could be a potential severe problem for JPS and its delivery of healthcare to this community. And I think we need to take, I agree with Roger, we're not saying here's $10 million. I think we've got to give direction to staff to get what they need to do, to analyze what the costs are, and we eliminate this, what's been brought to our attention as a true risk to the ongoing operations to provide health care to our patients and to make our employees safe in that building, because that's what I heard. I heard it's more of a safety issue and not part of the grandiose, big, long-term, what we are going to ultimately build. So I commend Adam and Karen, and Robert, you and the staff. It's kind of stuff we need to know about. It's kind of stuff we don't need to hear about, God forbid, if we had a problem. So I commend the staff for bringing it forward.
Adam, this is DT. When we're dealing with something that old, do we need to worry about, the removal of, contamination of oil and refrigerant and all that stuff? And is there risk when we have patients inside when they remove those?
No, the chiller system, not at all, because we have valves where you can shut that off, and it's a chill water system, and the chillers themselves are self-contained. The generators we would take off site and we dispose of those properly, so that's not an issue. The structural, only if there's asbestos that we find somewhere as we're taking up that deck. But my inclination is it's concrete and asphalt, and that's not an issue. There may be some on the waterproofing, but again, we'll deal with that as we uncover it. Otherwise, I don't see that intruding on the patient rooms at all.
Because stuff before 1993, the refrigerant and all that stuff, those are contaminated. And just to make sure that, are we still using those or we update them?
Within the chillers themselves, I can't tell you those 1945 chillers, not in the new ones, but the chill water and condensing water itself, those go to our towers now. So those are standard. Okay. So we'll just deal with them as they come up.
Okay, now, I will tell you, DT, that's a really good question. Before all of us got here, in fact, 2 years before I got here, and before many of you were board members, they redid in the basement the cafeteria during the last administration. And when they pulled back one of the walls, they found a city curbing system. They found curbs and gutters from a city road. So every day is a new day at JPS. But I do think that that's a self-contained building with self-contained chillers, so our risk is a bit minimized. But your question is very topical and spot on, and I know that the team and Adam have already considered the aspects of any material. But when you're going back in the ages of this building, there are a lot of material used in the 30s, 40s, and the 50s that we would never use today. Point well taken, DT.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that our team are not exposed to things that they don't know about.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
I did tell Juan as we exited that room, and we were there on a day the temperature outside was probably 50 to 55 degrees. The temperature in that room was probably 92 to 95. And I said, Juan, you know, on behalf of everyone, thank you for enduring what must be a very difficult situation when it's a good day and what must be unbearable on a day when it's 110 outside. And I said, you know what, I want you to understand that this is a problem that you've had to own for a long time, but after next Thursday, the board's gonna own this problem.
That's right.
And we're gonna be aware of it and we're gonna do the right thing. And he was very appreciative. Couldn't ask for a more humble servant when it comes to doing what he does every single day. So it's another example of the quality of people that we have at JPS that just simply cannot be understated how important it is to who we are. So I appreciate the board's attention on this item. Adam, I appreciate you putting it together for us. You have direction. We will await the empirical side of this and the procedural side of approvals after you've done your homework, but you've got the green light to go do what you need to go do.
Trent, I have a question for you. Do you think that we could have anything set up for the Finance Committee on the 19th?
I'll defer to Adam on that. How fast will you guys have estimates?
They would be rough estimates. I know that we are moving forward with the consulting piece and we're spending that operational. So as that accumulates, we'll get that to you. But we'll get something rough by then. I think we can. It'll be a ballpark, but at least we can have a tranche for each of those three components.
That'd be helpful.
We'll do our best, sir.
All righty. Any other questions or comments on this item? If not, there's no action taken to be taken on this. And we will now take item 4A in executive session. This is an item that does involve some development components with some confidential pieces to it. The board is aware of this on the surface, but today we're going to go into a little bit more detail. We obviously won't take any action on this in executive session. If there's an action to take, we'll come out of executive session and consider the board and committee's pleasure at that time. So, David, what do I need to do to accommodate your times to transition us now to executive session?
We'll just go ahead and take the stream down right now, guys, and then right after that, give me about 3 or 4 minutes and we'll get everything taken care of. Trent.
So it's 1:40 and we will adjourn to executive session and adjourn when we get to The planning committee is coming out of an executive session. There is no action to be taken today. I'm aware of no other items appearing before the board, so we entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Betty, I'd make a motion for adjournment.
Motion from Charlie, a second from Dr. Weber. Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you all for your patience today. Chuck, good luck and quality, my friend.
That's right. Good meeting.
If I may, Charles Weber, I'd like to call to order the Board of Managers Quality Committee meeting, 1500 hours or 3 p.m. Thursday, November 5th. And first order is, we have any citizens wishing to address the committee?
No, sir, there are no
I
citizens.
don't think so. And then there's consider matters requiring committee action. And I need to make sure that there is indeed a quorum for us to conduct business. So have we got it?
Do you have a quorum?
We do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then the first order is approval of the minutes from October 1st, 2020. And I'd entertain a motion for approval and a second.
This is
Zim. Move to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. This is Zim. Move to approve.
This is Dorothy. I second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Next is B, approval of the Tarrant County Hospital District policies, TCHD, and/or plans. And the first is AA 2600 funds for clinical research for archival. And I've got Tricia down here for that one.
Hi, Dr. Weber. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. So I am presenting a request for archiving our policy AA 2600, which originally had addressed funds for clinical research. The reason I am doing so is that we do have new policies and procedures that do address this very area around clinical trials and the funding and the processes needed for that. What we have done now, which has been very successful and we're excited about, is really centralizing our research processes and particularly our clinical trials and clinical research under our Office of Clinical Research. So we've done active work with policies addressing all of our clinical research activities, and we do have a standard operating procedure, which also includes a lot more detail and rigor that addresses our needs around clinical research and clinical trial funding. And we work very closely with finance and compliance to ensure that we're meeting all of these regulatory needs.
Great. Any comments, thoughts for?
I just wanted to ask a question. So you're archiving that one?
Yes, ma'am.
The new one, have we already approved it or will it be coming?
That, I believe it may be coming, but I double checked, but it has gone through processes. We have an AA 2500 and 2501 that's come through. And that really does address all of our needs in terms of the, let me go ahead and look at that. 2500 and 2501, really addressing our research policy and scholarly activities around that and how research is conducted here.
Okay.
I can verify if it's gone through all the things, but we do have that. That's already gone
right.
through.
It could have been at the last meeting and I wasn't here. I missed it. So,
okay.
That was all I was asking. But.
Sure.
Okay. Are you making a motion for approval, Trish?
I'll make a motion that we move policy 2600 to be archived.
Second.
All righty, discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Same say no. Motion passes. Number 2, Infection Prevention and Control Program Authority and Approval. That's for you, Rob.
Here. Yeah, so this is our regular routine approval of the authority for conducting our infection control and prevention program at JPS. This is a pretty strict renewal. There were some grammatical changes and that sort of thing. There is one issue with the policy as it is before you, and that is that one of the signature lines is incorrect. The current president of the medical staff is not Chet Schrader, but rather Cheryl Hurd, and so that has already been changed for the final board book. And I believe before the meeting, Dr. Weber and I discussed a change that he was interested in seeing in the policy as written.
And
what was that change?
That's on the bottom of page. It's 15 of the board book, but it's number 1 of the policy, and it says recommend best practice standards.
Oh, okay.
I have encouraged people not to use that, but to use evidence-based.
Okay, so we approve this with the change of evidence-based. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and the change in the signature line.
And the signature line.
Okay. All right.
All right. Take a motion for approval and a second.
Move approval.
just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
We have the HAI, hospital acquired stuff. Does that include also HAP, hospital acquired pneumonia?
Bob, you want to take that one?
Yes, that is one of the hospital acquired infections that is tracked. That is actually becoming a broader category. It used to be VAP, particularly, hospital acquired pneumonia is not specifically tracked. VAP is typically tracked, ventilator associated pneumonias, and that is actually expanding to, or has been expanded to, ventilator associated events, which is a broader category, which includes a whole variety of things in terms of, worsening, needing dramatically higher vent settings than expected and all that sort of stuff. So it's a broader category now. It's a little bit harder to build action plans around all of that, but that is an area that has been quite a bit of active work from our critical care team to look at that area. Dr. Badham is leading those efforts.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Did we have a motion for approval? I can't remember.
We did. Yeah. It's Dorothy. Second by Ralph.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes. Next is PC 100 assessment and reassessment policy. Wanda Peoples.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Wanda.
Nice to see you. I have 5 policies for your approval this afternoon. The first one being assessment and reassessment policy. This policy is just covers when our patients come in, at what points we assess them and go back and then reassess them, of course. The only changes to this policy was basically some punctuation.
All righty. Any questions, comments for Wanda on this one?
Actually, I did not get a chance to read the policy because it has the password protection, and I don't know how to get that. So if somebody can grant me access for the next time so I can have a chance to look at it.
Yeah, I don't know where that fell down, DT.
Mm-hmm.
All righty, we'll entertain a motion for approval and a second.
Move approval.
Tim, second.
Second. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes.
I'm going to abstain because I did not get access to read it in the Polytech portal, so I'm abstaining from it.
Okay. The next is the PC 300 Fall Prevention Program. Wanda Peoples.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This next policy basically is just changing out, adding a couple of words, fall prevention process, and some grammatical changes to our fall policy.
There was nothing significantly changed in this, right?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said there wasn't, it was just a little word change, right?
Yes, ma'am. Instead of medical staff, they added credentialed practitioners, and the word "and" was added. Just some very significant changes. I mean, very insignificant changes.
Okay.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Second. Discussion. Question. DT, did you get this one?
No, sir. I'm abstaining too.
Okay. So you're abstaining?
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Motion passes. PC 500 transfusion therapy policy. Wanda.
Sir, there really were not any changes to this policy as well. It was just a brief statement regarding the administration of our blood and our blood components.
All righty. Entertain a motion for approval and a second.
This is Dorothy. Move approval of the transfusion policy.
Second.
All righty. Discussion? say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Abstain, DT.
Abstain, DT. Motion passes. Next one is PC. Which one are we up to here, Wanda? We on the
200.
200, leaving against medical advice and second elopement.
Only change to this policy was the addition of the word care providers was added. Otherwise, there were no other changes.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The last one is RI 2400, abuse, neglect, and reporting cases policy. Wanda.
Thank you. The only change in this, where it said patient, in the previous policy, we have changed that word to person, because it could possibly not be a patient that you're reporting this on. It could be a visitor or someone else who's in the hospital. And changing where we were referring the people to would be, instead of family shelter, to community resources would be the referral place now. And that really are and one change on the website on the references.
Wanda, I have a question for you. In the intent and scope, you mentioned provide services to pregnant women for early detection of abuse of women during pregnancy, but I didn't see it mentioned up in the policy statement at all. Does that make a difference, Daphne? I don't know.
Say that one more time, sorry. Dr. Weber, I didn't hear what you said.
Under the intent and scope, it says JPS departments that provide services to pregnant women will screen for the early detection of abuse of women during pregnancy. And that is not mentioned up in the policy statement where it talks about neglect, human trafficking, infant, child, elderly. It doesn't mention pregnancy. So I just wondered if it should be there.
I'm reading along with you to see if I think it's. No, I think it's okay.
Okay. Entertain a motion for approval and a second.
For approval.
Second.
Yeah, I have just a quick question, Wanda, on this. I know that, is there reporting that happens? Is JPS continuing to report like number of times an abuse has happened or anything like that to see significant for the number of times come through?
As far as it being tracked?
Yeah.
And I can't speak to that. Rob may be able to speak to that more than I could.
Okay.
Anytime it occurs, we are required to report it. As far as we don't track it on the nursing side, but it may be tracked on the quality side. Rob, are you still on the call?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a reporting requirement here, but I actually do not know how that is how that is done because I think it's a matter of reporting to authorities. I don't think there's a database report or a registry report or anything like that would come out of quality. But I think there is a duty to. My understanding is that there is a duty to report to appropriate authorities, and I'm sorry that I don't know exactly the mechanism for that, but it usually goes through, the providers who become providers, social workers, and nurses who are directly aware of particular cases. I think that is ultimately done.
Yeah, that was just the only thing that I was looking at, is if the providers are looking at anything that is long-term stable. Sometimes the state agencies don't look at that or see or catch it, and then that can be reported otherwise, but okay. Thank you.
Should our general counsel outfit also be notified?
Sorry.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a requirement. No.
you need folks to get back to you with answers on that, Amanda?
Yeah, I think some of that is probably outlined in the procedure, which we're not reviewing here.
Yeah. No, no, I don't need any follow-up on that one. Thank you.
Then I'll entertain a motion for approval and a second.
We did. We just need to vote.
No, all right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The rest of the stuff does not require committee action. First thing.
Dr. Weber.
Hello.
There is a request to revisit item 1, the policy presented by Dr. Elliott, AA 2600.
Okay.
I just had clarification to let you know around the research and scholarly activity policy, AA 2500 and 2501 is on its way through the process at MEC level now and should be coming to you guys very soon.
Great.
Just to let you know.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you. All righty, then. We need a vote on item 7. In favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. All right, consider performance improvement reports updates not requiring committee action. First is PSI 90 and quality scorecard update. That's for Rob.
Okay. John, are you going to put up the slides?
Share the slides.
All right, the sun is so bright in my office today, and it's so dark if I put the screens down, so. Okay, no happy medium, but anyway, so I'll have extreme chiaroscuro today. So we'll present our year-end results with PSI 90. So if you go to the next slide, and then the next slide. John?
They're working on it, Dr. Stevenson. Okay. Give just a second.
Okay.
Hey guys, just continue going slide by slide instead of going into slideshow view.
All right, and then the next one. Excellent. Thank you. So year end, despite the challenges that we discussed over the summer months with COVID and pressure ulcers in the AHU ICU, we ended up the year slightly better than we did last year. So that's actually pretty exciting. We would have been perhaps significantly better yet if we hadn't had those events, but we ended up the year with a PSI 90 score of 0.90. So if you remember, this is a risk-adjusted weighted measure of 10 different safety events that occurred at patients in the hospital. And it's reported as essentially an observed over expected type ratio. So if you're reporting at 1.0, you're at expected. If you are better than 1, you're better than expected. And if you're above 1, you're worse than expected. So 0.90 is better than expected year over year. We had some significant improvements year over year in terms of sepsis, very dramatic improvement in perioperative pulmonary embolism and deep vein thrombosis. That was an area of very significant effort over the last year to improve, and we have successfully done that. So 1.44 for this year versus 3.27 for last year. So pretty exciting. We also continue to have some additional improvements in postoperative respiratory failure. The only thing that kind of went the wrong way year to year was that was significant was pressure ulcers, where we went from 0.41 to 0.70, and that was really entirely in that very sick COVID population. So overall, pretty successful year. We've continued to put a lot of effort and energy into this. There are a lot of these measures that cross over to Leapfrog, so we're certainly hopeful that as the years go on and this data from this year and last year become the data that we're looking at for things like Leapfrog, that we'll see additional improvement in that measure as well.
Yeah, good news.
Yeah, no, and let's go on to the next slide. This is the rest of the quality scorecard. So this is our performance in hospital-acquired infections. As I described to you earlier in the year, we had a spike in infections in colons right around the beginning of the COVID times when a lot of our usual processes were disrupted. We put a lot of attention on that, and if you look year to year, we went down from, a total of 12 and 17 infections last year. No, I can't read the numbers; it's so small on my screen.
They're smaller than ours too.
What's that? Yeah, I know it's really, really small. I'm sorry about that. We went down from 12 to 9 in colon infections. Hysterectomy, we sort of held our own there, 2 to 2, which is good. Strong work there. Joint infections, significantly better. There was a huge effort done on the basis of a spike in those infections that happened in 2019. And those infections have significantly improved for the current year. So that's really exciting to see. CAUTI year to year, dramatically better as well. We went from 28 infections in 2019 to 15 infections this year. So that's a really significant improvement. And our CAUTI SIR has gone down to 0.75. The one challenge, and we've discussed this for several months, is a spike up in CLABSI. There is actually some good news embedded in this. One of the things, a lot of these infections, as I discussed, were really concentrated in the COVID ICU. Again, a lot of processes were changed to allow for the care of these patients. And of course, they're very sick and dying of very septic looking conditions. And so they were getting lots of cultures and were getting, and just a very high risk population. So we did end up having worse performance year to year in CLABSI, but one of the real positive developments year to year was that we had in 2019 most of our infections, or a lot of our infections, in dialysis catheters, and we made a significant change in process around dialysis catheters, such that they're now for our inpatients, all the dressing changes and cleaning happens in the dialysis unit rather than on the inpatient floors, and that's allowed for a lot more standardization, and really we don't see very many infections in that population anymore. So I'm looking forward as we move, as our processes have normalized and that sort of thing, and as you can see, actually our rates of CLABSI have gone down, after that big spike, and so I'm hopeful that for fiscal year 2021 we will see some good improvement there in CLABSI. Our MRSA rates and C. diff rates continue to be very good, and year to year we did much better again. In C. diff, we went from 53 infections down to 42, so that's really, again, with an SIR of 0.5, so that's really a very good result in terms of C. diff infections. Next slide, please. This is just our month-to-month variation in PSI 90. So you can see we had those spikes in June and July with the COVID patients and the pressure ulcers, but as we've been able to adjust our processes, we're performing on a monthly basis much better again. Probably the most exciting slide in the deck is this next one. Next slide, please. So this has been the impact of putting real attention on PSI 90 over the last few years. So we went from not really having any focus on it in 2017, 2018, and then in 2019, obviously we made it an organizational goal, put a lot of attention on it, and have really been able to drive tremendous improvement in this measure over the course of this time period. So this is a real success for the organization, and shows the benefit of putting real attention on a very important measure of patient harm, and what that can do to improve the rates of harm that our patients are experiencing in the hospital.
Yep, impressive.
Any questions or comments? Okay.
Yep.
Great, let's move on. So we'll give you a little COVID update. The tough thing about giving COVID updates is that, even this far into the pandemic, it's all so dynamic that things change week to week. But so this is, one of the challenges of the board book is that all the data has to be in a week prior to the meeting, and the data continues to evolve on a daily basis. But anyway, we'll move on to the next slide, and we'll give you a picture of what's going on with COVID right now. So as you can see, we're really in another surge nationally in terms of COVID cases. As you can, this really covers the entire pandemic since it started. So on the left, you can see the daily case count. On the right, the cumulative case count. So you can see we're sort of now in sort of a third surge of cases nationally. So the first one was obviously right out of the gates, hit the Northeast, Washington State. And then that second big peak was really sort of the Sun Belt states, Florida, Georgia, Arizona, Texas. Was that huge surge in the summertime that we experienced here. And now what we're really seeing is surging over most of the country. So we're now at the highest daily numbers of COVID cases that we've had since the beginning of the pandemic. And as you can see, the cumulative cases have continued to increase at a pretty significant rate. Next slide, please. And you can see this. This is the death rate. So despite the fact that we have increased cases nationally, we have learned a lot since that first surge, which was so deadly because really this is a brand new disease. Nobody in the country really knew what we were dealing with here. There has been obviously some encouraging therapeutics that have been introduced, remdesivir, steroids, better use of ventilators, or attempting really not to use ventilators except as a last resort, and then convalescent serum as well. So that package of treatments has really changed the mortality picture significantly. So the death rate has gone down, although as you can see, we are continuing to accumulate deaths sort of at a linear rate around the country at this point. Next slide, please. So here's our data in Texas. So our cumulative cases and cumulative deaths. So cases go up, deaths are going up, although at a slower rate. Again, almost certainly because of better treatment. Next slide, please. Here's Tarrant County. Again, pretty dramatic rise in cases out there, and you can see that that we are now up to nearly 65. As of a week ago, up to nearly 65,000 cases here in Tarrant County, cumulatively, and 723 deaths. Next slide, please. This is here at JPS, our daily inpatient census. So you can see that we had the big spike there in early May, which was largely related to the Federal Medical Center Fort Worth situation, where we had a big influx of federal inmates who were already had significant comorbid conditions. So you can see those big peaks both in the ICU as well as in the total census. Then that big sort of July, early August spike from really the large amounts of community spread. And what we've seen lately is a lot of sort of bouncing around of numbers, although we have trended upwards in the last few weeks, and we've gone from a low of around 30 patients in the hospital, and now we're running between 65 and 75. So we're back up at a significant census. At times the COVID ICU has gotten back up to as many as 15 patients. So it's still a pretty significant burden on the hospital, and appears to be increasing.
Rob, let me interrupt you for a second. Dorothy and I know, attended a virtual meeting with Acclaim, looking at some data that were presented there, and it was told at that time that there were 75 patients in JPS that were COVID positive. There were 16 in the COVID ICU, and there were 464 employees that had been tested positive. So that was just some semi-up-to-date statistics.
Yes, that would be true. We hit a high of 75 on Monday. We've retreated from that a little bit. We're back into the 60s today. But I think that all indications are, given the volume of disease around the state, in Arkansas, Oklahoma, that there's little reason to believe that we won't see similar things here at some point in time. And of course, we remain very concerned about what this is all going to look like in the context of our usual seasonal flu volumes as well. Next slide, please. So the age trend is largely stabilized. We did see a spike in age when we had during the summer months, when we had that big spike in ICU cases as well as total hospital cases, and it then retreated, and along with our volumes, now that cases are surging again, we are beginning to see some growth in that age range again. So we are keeping an eye on this because, of course, if we do see an uptick in age of patients coming into the hospital, we can also expect higher utilization of ICU resources, and of course, a greater concern about increased mortality as well.
Ron, excuse me.
Yes, please.
On your graph, is that showing that the bulk of the ones that are coming in are under 60?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I just
that's where we are right now. We've, as you can see, we kept up very close to 60 there in the summertime, and that's really when we saw that big spike in hospital volume as well as ICU volume, because it's really the older patients who are at the highest risk of having mortality or serious illness.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's the yep. There we go. So I haven't shown you this graphic in a few months, and I had shown you back in the early summer, the real dramatic spike in this disease amongst people of Latinx backgrounds, that has actually receded to some degree as the disease has started entering other populations. So, we are seeing some increase in non-Hispanic whites, and as well as a little bit more disease activity in the African American community than we had seen in earlier periods. And now we're also seeing it, as you can see, in other of our communities as well. So more people from Asian backgrounds and that sort of thing we're seeing as well now. So it's just really becoming much more of a general effect on the community as opposed to specifically hitting particular populations, I think would be the thing to say now. Okay, next slide, please. So in summary, case volumes are really surging across the country. We've had a modest increase in cases so far at JPS, but we're standing ready for more surging here. The rate of mortality per case is improving, so it's going down, which is great as we have developed a comfort with treating the disease. We are seeing some shifts in which ethnic groups are seeing it, and it's now really becoming much more balanced to our population. Would say would be the description now. Our age of admission may be gradually increasing again, which is something that gives us some concern, of course, and we're also cautious about having another surge in the context of cold and flu season on the way. But as always, JPS is ready. So with that, I'll close my presentation. As we have discussed at previous meetings, are there any other questions or comments?
No, I was just wondering, are we seeing an uptick of people actually coming in for their flu shot, for any kind of community service? I know that y'all had some of the free drive-throughs also.
Yeah, I actually, is Dr. Alawi on today?
I am on, Dr. Stevenson.
You may want to talk about this in the context of your presentation, since this is right in the middle of what you worry about every day. But just as by way of introduction, I wanted to, before we get into that, and Dr. Alawi probably knows more about this than anybody. Well, actually, just for simplicity, why don't you go ahead and answer that question, and then I'll do the introduction of what you all are going to talk about.
Absolutely. So, hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Nadia Alawi. I'm actually the Vice Chief of Primary Care. And so we are seeing an uptick in patients coming in for their flu shots. We are seeing at our drive-through site every day, we are seeing upwards of 200 patients driving through for their flu vaccines. I don't have exact numbers for this week, but we had already given out somewhere close to 6,000 flu shots. Sometime about last week when I had asked for numbers. We have even contributed some free flu vaccinations at a nearby church that does that gives food away to needy people on Fridays. And so for 3 weeks, we've been helping to provide free flu shots to those individuals. And we've given over 500 flu shots there as well over the course of 3 weeks. So a lot of patients are coming in asking for flu shots that have never asked for them before. And so we're definitely seeing an uptick in flu vaccine this year.
Great. And do you feel that we have enough supply?
Yes, we actually over-ordered supply, and we're actually running out of it and continuously ordering more, and we've had no issues with getting supply as quickly as we need it.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, Rob.
Okay, so as you may recall, we've, the way we made it through that big surge in the summer, really the way we really survived that was because we had developed, and we've discussed here, peripherally discussed here, the outpatient case management for COVID-19 that our teams were able to stand up and implement extremely effectively. Managed, I think at a peak, something like around 80 patients on home oxygen on this program. And it was around that time that we had 128 in the hospital. So that would have been a tremendous burden on us to have had that many COVID patients in the hospital. So, this really, tremendously innovative, tremendously impactful program has been really one of the great things that JPS has managed to do in the context of responding to COVID. So to give you really a complete picture of what that program looked like, what it took to put it together, its impact for our patients, its impact for our community, I thought it would be a phenomenal opportunity to bring forward the people most responsible for it. You've already heard from Dr. Alawi, who's our Vice Chief of Primary Care. With her today also is Alfreda Brown, who's our Interim Executive Director for case management, and I believe, who else do you have with you today? Devin Armstrong is also here today, our Director of Outpatient Case Management, and I'm going to turn it over to them. This is an incredible team who has had a phenomenal impact on our community and on JPS Health Network. So I'll turn it over to them, and I hope you enjoy their presentation.
Welcome,
Thank you,
everybody.
Dr. Stevenson. Thank you. Thank you. Slide, please. Okay, my name is Alfreda Brown. I'm the Interim Executive Director of Clinical Integration and Care Transitions. And today we will be presenting on the COVID-19 Home Monitoring Program that was created earlier this year. The program, as Dr. Stevenson mentioned, was designed to manage the surge of cases related to COVID and to anticipate the increase in hospitalizations. Our leadership team, next slide, please, I'm sorry. that included our operational leaders as well as physician executives at JPS, quickly developed and implemented the program in order to conserve the hospital beds, but at the same time, we wanted to also provide intensive outpatient monitoring for the patients post-discharge. So today, we will be presenting the details of the program, providing you with an overview of the monitoring program and lessons learned. We will also present a few cases so that you can get an idea of what it is that we have encountered since the early part of the year. So at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Devin Armstrong, who is our Director of Outpatient Case Management, and Dr. Alawi, who is also on the call today, that will again give specifics about the program and all of the wonderful and incredible work that they have done over the past several months. Next slide, please.
So it's me, Nadia Alawi again. I'm going to take over
Nadia.
now. And so, so just before we get into the protocol real quick, I just want to explain what a collaborative effort this was. This required case management, inpatient medicine, outpatient medicine. We actually had to get revenue cycle involved because we had to get new contracts signed with some of our payers to get them to agree to allow patients to have oxygen at a higher SaO2 than they normally do agree to, and we got them to agree to do that. And so this took a huge effort. But basically, our protocol, for all its complexity, is actually quite simple. And it was, we had 3 categories of patients. We had patients that had been to the hospital or discharged from the ED, patients that are healthcare workers, and our outpatient patients that were never actually in the hospital. And the way we managed these patients was slightly different. Our hospital or ED discharge patients, they of course had pulse oximeters at their fingertips. And so because we were able to give them to them before they left the hospital, we were also able to give them oxygen before they left the hospital for their monitoring. Our healthcare workers, of course, when they got tested positive, were also able to get pulse ox machines. Our outpatients were not necessarily able to get pulse oxes. That being said, we were able to make modifications as the program grew. And so our initial outpatient management program, most of our patients that were seen via telehealth in the clinic and then referred to the program did not have pulse oximeters, but if they did tell the case managers that they were feeling short of breath or they had any other concerns, we had a way of getting it to them so that we can get them that care. And so the case managers were calling our hospital discharge patients, our oxygen patients, in the beginning 3 times a day, but then the patients even started saying that was a little too much. So we dropped it down to twice a day. And our outpatients not on oxygen were called once a day. And they were basically asked a list of questions that you can see on the slide of how are you feeling today? What's your temperature? What is your pulse ox reading? What's your oxygen set to today? Asking questions about their diabetes and really just making sure that we understand what was going on with the patients. Because these case managers were the same group of case managers calling these patients, as well as the same social worker calling these patients, they built up quite a relationship with these patients. So it was amazing. And when Devin kind of talks later on about some of the case examples we have, you'll understand what an amazing thing these relationships that were built were. Can we go to the next slide, please? So part of their protocol was also when to escalate. And we have a primary care provider on call 24/7, 7 days a week, waiting to get any of these phone calls, texts, in-basket messages, whatever way they felt the need to contact us. We were available for them to help them with a plan, whether it was titration of oxygen, whether it was a patient that was home without oxygen that we had gotten a pulse ox to that we noticed was desatting, and we were able to actually order oxygen and have it delivered to their home. I heard one of my providers this weekend got called at 5 p.m. with a patient that was desaturating, and before 9 p.m. the patient had oxygen in their home. And so, just amazing things that we've been able to do to keep these patients home and keep them healthy and take care of them. We were also able to escalate in the sense of patients that were not improving on oxygen at home and did need to go back into the hospital and get admitted. And so that did happen a few times, but again, that escalation happened real time versus maybe a few days while the patient tried to figure out, do I really need to go? Do I not need to go? And might have missed that opportunity. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is really just about patients who qualified for the program. It was basically, to qualify for the program, you just had to have a positive COVID result. It could be in our network or outside of our network, but we just wanted the result documented within our EMR so that we had proof. And the reason we needed that proof is part of those contracts that we signed with those insurance companies and with our payers was that we would only be giving oxygen at these higher pulse ox levels to patients who were COVID positive. And so we had to have documented proof of COVID positivity for them to be able to and willing to fill that oxygen at home if we needed them to. This is an example of what the welcome letter looked like that was sent to patients, whether it was physically or via my chart, just so that they had an understanding of what they were getting. Next slide, please. And so going back, next slide, please, but whenever you do that, I'll just talk off the chart. So going back to what Dr. Stevenson was mentioning earlier, part of what we did at our apex of when the hospital was at its fullest, and we were sitting at over 100 patients COVID positive inpatient, we were sitting at 260 patients outpatient COVID positive with upwards of over 80 of them on oxygen. And so there was the risk that 260 plus patients could have been placed in the hospital if we didn't have this program to help support them, at which point we would have maxed out all of our beds and all of our ability to care for patients that were not COVID positive. Just so that you understand the true benefit of the program. I'm going to let Devin go on with the overview of the program and kind of go on with the cases and things like that. So Devin, if you'd like to take over.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Devin Armstrong, Director of Outpatient Case Management. Dr. Alawi and Afreya have given you a beautiful kind of overview of the program. And so I'm just going to kind of dig a little deeper just to kind of illustrate to you guys just the wonderful work that we've been able to do with our patients. So the registered nurses follow the defined protocol that Dr. Alawi just went over that you guys can see. And our licensed social workers perform a psychosocial assessment on every patient. So I think we all know that our patients here at JPS have a lot of social needs. And so it's important for us to take a look at the social determinant of health for these patients. COVID has definitely exacerbated all of their regular social issues. And so what we were able to do was to kind of have a real collaborative team with the RN case manager and the social worker focusing on the medical needs as well as the social needs to make sure we provide whole person care for this patient. The average length in the program for patients who are on daily monitoring phone calls only is about 8 to 10 days. And so for patients on oxygen, they are usually on the program for about 20 days. We've gone over the escalation protocol for you guys for the pregnant patients and the oxygen titration. Next slide, please. So these numbers are a little outdated, as Dr. Stevenson mentioned before. So right now, real time, we have about 103 patients enrolled in the program. And so every day this week, we've had between 15 to 18 patients be referred and enrolled in the program, and about the same number of patients we've discharged as well. So if you look at these numbers, it seems a little off. So updated numbers, we have had 1,356 unduplicated patients enrolled in this program. 1,123 of those patients have received daily monitoring phone calls, and 289 of those patients have been on oxygen. I know those numbers do not add up to 1,356. And so what's important for us to call out is that 56 of those patients that were receiving daily monitoring phone calls were upgraded to oxygen while they were on the program. So that means that we did not have to send those patients to the emergency room for us to to initiate oxygen, we were able to reach out to the attending on call and let them know what the patient's symptoms were at home, and then we could coordinate between the RN case manager and the social worker. We're able to coordinate with the DME agency to have home oxygen delivered to the patient's home. And most of the time, I heard Dr. Lowy say, you know, within 4 hours that was done, and usually we get that done within 2 hours because we do not want a patient that is at home continuing to desaturate. So we get that done pretty quickly. Next slide, please. So right now, we have had just under 16,000 total days enrolled in the program between the daily monitoring and the oxygen phone calls. Next slide. So this slide is pretty much in line with what Dr. Stevenson just presented. So for the patients that are enrolled in this program, our top 3 ethnicities are Hispanic, Caucasian, and African American. One thing that we did not call out that I think is important is that the only patients that we excluded from this program are going to be, of course, our jail patients and our patients that are going to SNF or LTACs. Those are the patients that we did not refer to the program and follow them. So these are patients that have been discharged to their home setting. Next slide. What's kind of fascinating about this is we found that there have been well over 600 patients that have been enrolled in this program that have not had a medical home. And so that is a prime opportunity for us as a case management team to be sure we link those patients to our Health Connect clinic or to a PCMH that is closest to their home. So that is one of the things that we focus on when we're with these patients as well. The top 3 payers that we have noticed are self-pay, our JPS sponsored program, and Amerigroup Medicaid. And what we know about those top 3 payers is that these patients need more access to resources than some of our patients with other managed Medicare plans. So we make sure that we spend a lot of time brokering community resources for these patients. Next slide. So here we kind of broke down the age group and the sex of the patients. And so by far, we have had more, the age group has been between 40 and 49 and between 50 and 59 that we've seen, you know, the most uptick in enrollment numbers, which is pretty much in line with what Dr. Stevenson has presented as well. We have had just a few infants, and so I believe our youngest infant was about 13 days old, and our oldest patient to be enrolled in the program has been 95 years old. Next slide.
Did we lose you?
David, next slide.
Please advance to the next slide. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And so what Dr. Alawi articulated to you guys just a little bit ago is that we have had some patients that we have had to escalate and have them come back into the hospital. And while that's not what we want, because we don't want to have people come back into the hospital, it has definitely been appropriate. So what we were able to do, though, is to reach out to the attending on call and explain the situation with the patient and make sure we had a clear line of communication open to the patient to say, hey, we've discuss this with the provider, and it's best that you go into the hospital. So we have had 125 patients be admitted into the hospital, and it's all been related to COVID-19. So we know that this is appropriate. Next slide. So this stat slide I know is a little busy for you all, and this is much of the information that I have already explained. So we have had just under 6% of about 6% of our patients come back into the hospital needing to be admitted to the hospital, and about 12% of them presented to the ED. The good thing about that, I think, though, is that this was done under the supervision of the provider. So we didn't have patients making decisions on their own whether or not to go seek medical attention here at JPS. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to get into the cases. So here is on case 1, this is a complex patient who's 50 years old.
who did present to the ED. He was subsequently admitted to the hospital. He was on a vent in the ICU, but we were able to get him discharged on 2 liters of oxygen. So the patient was very complex, but he was able to be referred to the program and enrolled on oxygen. And we were able to wean him off of oxygen over the course of 9 days. And he did not have any subsequent ED visits or admissions during his enrollment. So that's a huge win for us. Next slide. Case 2. So this is a female patient that was 62 years old who did test positive for coronavirus, but she did not require admission to the hospital. So we were able to get her diagnosed out in the community, and we had one of our team members deliver a pulse oximeter to her home, so we could keep track of what her SaO2 was. And so she did need to be put on home oxygen around day 9. She was on 2 liters, but she did not have to come into the hospital for that. She did not need to be seen in person for us to get the home oxygen initiated. We were able to get that done in her home. And so by day 15, she was able to be weaned down to 1 liter, and by day 18, she was weaned off completely. So after 20 days of enrollment in the program, the patient was discharged from our program. She did not have emergency room visits, urgent care visits, or hospitalization during the course of her illness. Next slide. Example 3. This is one of, I think, the most important cases to kind of describe to you guys to illustrate what we do as a care management team and as a program. So this was a 50-year-old female patient who was diagnosed after her husband was admitted to our JPS ICU 2 days prior. So she was diagnosed after she completed a telehealth visit, and she came and she did drive through COVID testing. She too tested positive, but she didn't require admission. She did not require any home oxygen. So we did need to escalate to the attending on call just to describe her symptoms, but no need to have her come into the hospital. The patient was actually discharged from the program on day 10. And so we really didn't have a, extensive course of treatment with her. But the sad thing about this case is that this patient's spouse actually passed away due to coronavirus here in our ICU. But our relationship with the patient did not end there. So our social worker connected with the patient. We also got pastoral care involved as well, as the patient was dealing with grief and loss. But we learned that this patient was in a very traditional marriage, and so she never worked outside of the home. Her husband was a primary breadwinner. And so they were renting a house, but the person that they were renting the house from was not registered as a landlord. And so our social workers spent time, had the landlord actually come here. We worked with the city of Fort Worth to get him recognized as a landlord, so we could then get them connected to some CARES funds, so we could give them 3 months of rental assistance in their home. And so while this is not a lot of time for them, it still gives them 3 months for them to try to figure out, how to navigate this world with her spouse being gone. We also assisted them in filing a SNAP food benefit application as well, because there were 2 minor children in the home. So this just illustrates what we do as a care management team. So, I know that the premise of the program was really about conserving bed capacity here within the organization. But what came from this was just so much more. We were really able to connect patients to resources that they needed out in the community. We have really been the travel agent and the guide, if you will, for our patients on the road to COVID recovery. If they need any documentation for work, we are the ones that help facilitate that with their PCP or with the attending on call, navigating the community resources out in the community, helping them get connected to mental health services. These are the things that we provide for our patients while they're enrolled in our program. Next slide.
lessons learned. So we talked about that. Patients without PCPs, we kind of noticed that as a trend early on, and we said, hey, we need to do something about this. We don't want patients just to come into our organization just because they are acutely ill with an illness. We need to make sure that we get them connected to primary care. And so that is a focus of our program as well. We can't say thank you enough to Dr. Alawi for getting us a schedule of all the attendings on call. That is very imperative to the success of this program. The need for strong assessment skills is huge for the nurses. And so I think that there's really something to be said about having RN case managers do this, because you do have that registered nurse focus, but you also have that case management and care management microscope. And so you're able to really focus on whole person and not just the illness. One of the lessons that we learned, it was kind of difficult at first to obtain O2 after the patients had discharged, but I was able to connect with our DME providers and explain to them what the program was and the benefit, and they were like just hands-on, just ready to serve us. So we have not had a problem in getting them to deliver oxygen to patients' homes outside of their hospital discharge, or on the weekends after hours. We haven't had a problem with that. We do typically have some patients who exhibit some non-compliance, but that's not many. And I think what's different about this is the disease, and COVID is so new in science, and medicine is still learning about that. And so our patients are really afraid. And so for them to have us as a resource and that connection back into JPS really makes them feel good. Next slide, please. What are people saying? So inside the organization and outside of the organization, I think we hear all the time that our patients are really appreciative of the care that we're giving them. Our community providers feel like they're able to, focus on the patients that are still able to come into the clinic, or the patients that they are completing telehealth visits on. We're conserving bed capacity for patients in the hospital as well. So together, I think that we have really done amazing work. Next slide. So home monitoring beyond COVID. So what we've learned from this, so Afreya and Dr. Alawi and I have talked about how can we replicate this program so it's not just for COVID. And so what we're gonna do is try to figure out how we can roll this out to our patients with chronic diseases. So COPD, CHF, diabetes, hypertension, just to name a few. So we're gonna figure out a way to replicate this. It will be a little different, of course. We won't need to call them as frequently, but that's what we're doing right now. So we have kind of piloted a chronic disease program right now that has been kind of running simultaneously with our COVID home monitoring program for the outpatient case management team. And so we're getting some really good data on that. And so hopefully we'll be able to share that with you all soon. Next slide. Question and answer. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have.
From my standpoint, and go ahead, whoever.
No, go ahead, Dr. Weber. I was just gonna applaud them.
Me too, and an outstanding presentation. And once again, we have learned that with this COVID-19 thing, is the other patients with various disabilities, medical problems, we can use the same type of program, same type of approach.
Thank you. What I failed to mention that I should have is that we're not only focusing on COVID with these patients because we know that they have other comorbidities. And so we are talking to them about their diabetes and about their hypertension and ensuring that they took their medicine. And if they didn't take it, how come? And so we're working on all of that with the patients as well. So this is not just a narrow focus of only COVID. This is truly a whole person program.
Okay. Outstanding. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the information, especially the findings that you found with such a high level of patients who don't have a home, a regular doctor, physician facility. I know that's one of the things that we've been talking about as a board, and seeing our regular primary care individuals and our individuals who are on JPS Connection who may only visit one time, but not make that full connection continually. So I think this is a great way, and especially as you're going into other chronic diseases and how you're managing at-home care, this is amazing. So thank y'all for all the great work y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add to the compliments. That was excellent. Great job. Okay. Good care coordination. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is DT. It's a great job. May I ask you a quick question? Just from a financial standpoint, are you guys staying in touch with some of the new regulation that CMS relaxed in terms of like more like CMS, the hospital without walls initiative, and also hospital at home type thing? Because this is probably will not be the only time we are using this as more sensor becoming available and all that stuff as part of our population health initiative type thing. Which may be something that we can, help contain the spread without having the patient inside the hospital.
So we're in the process of developing a health outcomes team that will address the social determinants and increase the care coordination among our JPS connection population. We're focusing in 3 particular areas: increasing the care coordination, reducing total cost of care, which speaks to your population health question, as well as linking patients to PCP. We've identified that a lot of the patients, as Devin mentioned, are not connected to a medical home within our network. So we will be working to connect those patients to a primary care medical home proactively. Instead of waiting for the patient to call us for care, we will be reaching out to them to encourage enrollment or care outside of the hospital. We are also working with MedStar. They have, they're currently working on a what's called an ET3 program. It's triage, treat, and transport, where we are looking at ways to divert patients from the ED with a lower acuity level. So they will be directed to a PCMH that they are assigned to, or an urgent care. So we have a couple of initiatives going on right now to address your question.
My question is not about the care pathway and all that stuff. It's more with there are different financial program out there, initiative that moving toward, because what you're looking at is more like the hospital without wall or stuff like that. So CMS and Medicare, Medicaid does have certain programs, and I just want to make sure that we are in compliance, not the right word, but we are being reimbursed correctly.
Understood. So we do also have a value-based care team that's looking at CMS innovation. So we're looking at it from different perspectives. Yes.
Do you know if they're actually looking at this from this perspective or what you guys doing? Because for me, in order for us to be able to provide care,
So I know that the team was working on a grant. I'm not aware at this time at the status of that, but to answer your question, yes, we have a whole department looking at those programs and how we can tap into them.
This is not, this is actually reimbursement, the revenue side.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. So just to clarify, part of the hospital, the hospital without walls program is a lot of the telehealth work that we've been doing, both in the outpatient setting as well as in the inpatient setting. It's also the temporary expansion sites. I don't know that we've been looking at any temporary expansion sites. I do know that we've been looking at trying to expand some of our home health programs or our provider home visit programs to try to help those elderly patients that are concerned and scared about leaving their homes. But we are definitely looking at all of the financial, as far as I know, the telehealth modalities, et cetera, in terms of financial reimbursement. I know that I know that you've all seen the initiatives for next year, and so a lot of the telehealth expansion for the network were part of the initiatives for next year, and so I'm sure that that'll all be part of that. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, no, you guys doing a great job from a quality standpoint and taking care of the patient. I mean, heads off to you guys. I just want to make sure, because no money, no mission. So we just want to make sure that the program out there that are available, we do make sure that we get ourselves in a position to be able to get reimbursement for.
No, absolutely. I totally understand that. And that's also part of the reason why it was so important for us to get revenue cycle involved when we started this program, because if we couldn't get the payers on board with paying for that oxygen, it would have came out of the network's pocket and would have been completely unaffordable at some point. And so getting them on board was so important, because you're right, no money, no mission, and we can't move forward without having some sort of financial assistance.
Right. Thank you for what you guys doing. I mean, it's an awesome program. Thank you.
Can I ask one other question about you talked about a patient without a PCP. Was that a patient that just came on JPS connection, or had they been on there for a while and still had not been assigned a PCP?
So primarily, these were patients who were self-pay and had just entered our organization, primarily. Now, there were some that had JPS connection or another payer and did not have a PCP or were not engaged with their PCP.
Okay, so it's 3 different PCPs. Some that had one, had not engaged, some that did not have a PCP. My concern is JPS connection would have a PCP. And that would be one of those deals that I'd ask you to look at on that, because when they enroll in JPS Connection, it is to set them up with a PCP. So in order for us to look at the effectiveness of that would help, okay?
It's one of those things, Dorothy. I've started seeing data. Even if you assign them with PCP, if the PCP doesn't have good bedside manner, they end up in the urgent care because they're not comfortable. So those are some of the things that it works its way out. But it's one of the things, because I've been trying to look at to see why they have a PCP but they don't show up. They go to ED or urgent.
On the PCP, there's an introductory where you see each other and see if there's a fit. If there isn't a fit, you have a right to say, I want another PCP, because that's just like you and I getting a doctor. If it's not a good fit, we just say, okay, and we call and change. So I think that we have to really get into why they are not seeing that PCP. If it's I'm not comfortable with them, did I tell someone, did I ask for another one? It's not going to get better if we don't look at what is actually happening there. Because I do know it have to be a joint deal for both of them. And maybe part of our education when we come on the connection is explaining a little bit what a PCP should mean to you as a patient. It's an education portion, and then say there's going to be an introductory. And so surely that would be part of that follow-up that we would do. So just kind of think that that's a bigger problem that we need to really delve into, okay?
Oh, and Ms. Dorothy, we completely agree with you. And so one of the things that this health outcomes team has been looking at and working with eligibility to figure out as a process is potentially figuring out a way to allow our eligibility specialists to get an appointment with a PCP for patients when they sign up with Connections, so that way they've already got that appointment before they walk out the door. They've finished getting on the Connection program, and they've got an appointment with they've got a first appointment with their PCP before they leave any of our buildings. And honestly, I think that is a step in the right direction. I think there's a lot more that we need to do. And there's a lot of work that we're working on the back end to try to fix it, because we agree with you. There is an issue. I have a major issue with having so many JPS Connection patients that do not have a PCP, or that do have a PCP and don't bother going to them. And so I think we've got a lot of modalities and ways to fix it, and we're working on plans to do that.
That'd be great to get an update on that.
Yeah, okay. All right. But great presentation. Love what you're doing.
Anybody else have comments for Afria, Devin, or Nadia? Well, please pass along. Job well done.
Thank you.
Start to mention all the various people that are involved. But in my world, there's a sort of a quality equation and that quality equals access times outcome times satisfaction. And you folks are addressing every bit of that. So it makes me proud to say that job well done.
Thank you. This is
Thank
your
you.
work. Thank you.
All righty.
All right. So thank you all for your presentation. It was outstanding. I certainly had the kudos from the board. It's now time for our usual Innovation Corner segment. This innovation is in part owned by one of the members of our board of managers. I would say about 12, 13 years ago, Dr. Weber had an idea that we ought to become a level 1 trauma center. And he began assembling a team that could pull that off. And key to that was recruiting Dr. Raj Gandhi to this organization, who knew what it would take to become a level 1 trauma center. And he took what was then the Green Book and said, well, if you guys want to be that, you got to do what's in this book. And so using that Green Book, he was able to get us to make a lot of critical changes that eventually resulted in us becoming a level 1 trauma center now 10 years ago. And so with this 10th anniversary, I thought it was a good time to bring our trauma team in front of the board to talk about what it's meant for JPS to be a level 1 trauma center for the last 10 years and and a lot of the work that goes on to sustain that, and to use data, to use case review, et cetera, to continually improve and continually to get better at taking care of complex trauma patients. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Dr. Raj Gandhi, who has been our trauma medical director since he came in 2006, and Cassie Lyell, who's our executive director of trauma services.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stevenson. So, again, as Dr. Stevenson said, I'm Raj Gandhi. I have the honor of being your trauma medical director. And I want to thank the entire board for all of the strong support we've had through all the years. And really to get back at being a level 1 trauma center and giving back to our community. May I have the next slide, please?
I saw Miss Cassie there for a minute, I thought. There she is.
Yep.
Hi, thank you. I'm Cassie Lyle. Like Dr. Stevenson mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Trauma. I've had this position for about 11 months, but I've been with the trauma program about 11 years, and I'm really honored to be here today.
Okay.
So may we have the next slide, please? So you all probably know the story. This is Officer Matt Pierce, and he had multiple gunshot wounds. And in the aeromedical transport, he asked to come to JPS. And for a trauma medical director, there is no greater compliment than for the people who are our heroes coming to us and wanting care from us. So we take that very, very diligently, and I'm happy to report that Officer Pierce is back at work, which for our level 1 trauma center, that's our goal, is to get our patients back to functional outcomes, back into the society, and as a government institution, back to being tax-paying citizens, if you will. So one of the things that differentiates a level 1 trauma center from all the other trauma centers are the processes. And so our processes are good enough to have Officer Pierce get from the emergency department to the operating room literally within a minute or two. And if you have had a tour, the kind of trauma tour, you know that I ask you to, as we leave the trauma bay, to go to the operating room in the back hall of the operating room just to get an idea of how long that time is. And that's the time that the operating room has to get ready for that patient. The other thing that's essential to be a level 1 trauma center is to have the culture of a level 1 trauma center. And this is very clear that we, from the board of managers, Mr. Early, to every single person who works here, we have the culture of being a level 1 trauma center. Cassie?
Next slide, please.
So Cassie's going to talk about the trauma survey.
So as many of you know, trauma verification and designation is a triennial or every 3-year process. In the state of Texas, level 1 and level 2 trauma centers must be verified by the American College of Surgeons, and they receive designation from the Texas Department of State Health Services. So in the spring of 2021, prior to COVID, we had anticipated having our 4th redesignation and re-verification visit. Since COVID, the American College of Surgeons has given us the input that they are going to be postponing all verification visits for 1 year. So we will be anticipating our next verification and designation cycle to begin in spring of 2022. What our survey process looks like, it's a 2-day survey. 4 surveyors come on campus. At this time, we are still anticipating that it will be an in-person survey. However, that could change. But 4 surveyors come on campus. They spend the first day with us reviewing about 40 to 50 medical records of injured patients and verifying that everything that we said we do as a level 1 trauma center is actually being done in patient care setting. And then from there, we enter into a dinner that Dr. Gandhi likes to remind everybody is not really a fun dinner. It's a working dinner where the surveyors speak to each of our disciplines involved in the care of trauma patients to again verify that we're performing as a level 1 trauma center. On the second day of the survey, we take them on a tour where for the 3rd time they speak to people on the front lines to again verify that we're performing as a level 1 trauma center. And they're verifying that we're meeting 311 verification criteria. Next slide, please. So this slide just represents what we call the trauma team. Everybody at JPS plays a part in the trauma center. Trauma, we like to say, is a team sport, and it can't be done just by surgeons or emergency medicine physicians. It expands past the emergency department, although that's the entrance to the trauma center. Really, everybody involved until discharged is part of the trauma team. So as Dr. Gandhi mentioned, we'd like to thank you as a board for your continued support of the Level 1 Trauma Center, as well as the executive team, all of our surgeons, emergency medicine physicians, our advanced practitioners, our nurses, our other disciplines, our registrars, and those who specialize in helping us ensure that we meet all of those 311 criteria are essential. Next slide, please.
So what is our draw area? So our draw area is fairly large and actually has expanded a bit. One of the level 2 centers in Lubbock closed down at the beginning of COVID. So our draw area is actually expanded all the way to Amarillo, north to Oklahoma, east to Mount Pleasant, and south to Waco. And one of the questions that I get asked is, we're Tarrant County government institution. What makes us get patients from all around? And besides being a regional institution, we actually do make money on the patients that transfer in. And so it makes fiscal sense to take care of the patients, besides the fact that we're the only level 1 between here and Lubbock. And then El Paso is the other level 1 that's to the west of us. So it's a win-win-win for us to be a regional transfer center. Next slide, please. So in terms of finance, you know that 3588 has had some trauma funding. 96% of the funds that have been accumulated in the EMS account is distributed to the hospitals and for uncompensated care. So approximately $700 million has been distributed from this account since 2003. As you see on the bottom, the funds that have been distributed to us have been decreasing over time, and that decrease is a function of more and more trauma centers opening up in our area, as well as a decrease in the actual amount of funds that are available. And so you see this, continuing graph down, unfortunately, and hopefully that there will be more monies available. The other thing that we are able to do as a level 1 trauma center is actually to upcharge for our trauma patients in the ICU by $2,500 per day. We're also able to charge activation fees as a level 1 trauma center and actually collect these fees as well. And so we have, from a financial point of view, have done well as a level 1 trauma center. And our patient population tends to be more insured than the normal population. So whereas my general surgical patient population may be 25% insured, my trauma population is anywhere between 55 and 75% insured, depending on the month and year. Next slide, please.
So this slide just symbolizes that all of the programs involved in the trauma center are based on our trauma registry data. It really is the center of our program. We are charged with, as a level 1 trauma center, having a robust performance improvement program and continually using our data to improve care and outcomes. So we use that data to drive clinical guidelines and projects. We also use that data to determine our injury prevention, education, and outreach efforts. So based on our common mechanisms of injury, we develop our programs. And additionally, we have to support research and scholarship. So we're very involved in research projects as well as education, submitting projects to professional organizations for presentation, and that's really a strong aspect of our program. Next slide, please.
So this is the innovation corner. So I'll talk about some of the highlights, but really focus in on one of those innovations that we did. So we actually went through our verification for a level 1 trauma center in November of 2009. And January of 2010 is when we actually got our official letter of verification. Since then, we've been active in research. And one of the areas that we noticed the patients were not getting as great a care is our geriatric trauma patients. And we looked at the CDC in terms of what should we define as geriatric for our trauma patients. And we noticed that at the age of 57, there's a higher incidence of morbidity and mortality, meaning complications and death from trauma, compared to earlier. And so we actually have a cutoff for geriatric at 55. I'm sorry to say that I am in that GT55 group now as well. But don't take that as an offense. It's a good thing because you get outstanding care. And what we decided was this patient population was not getting the care that we thought would be optimal for them. And so we designed a program, and Elizabeth Smith, who many of you may know, being the great-great-great-granddaughter of John Peter Smith, actually was the one that helped design the program. And so we made sure to have every aspect of the program well thought out. The program is managed by one of the ICU surgeons who goes in rounds on this patient population specifically. The other is we have advanced practitioners who, after a 6-month orientation, become experts in geriatric care of our trauma patients. And so they actually help manage the patients on a moment-to-moment basis, and they are the continuity of care on a day-to-day basis. This program, by having the program set up and the way it works, has reduced the length of stay by almost 2 days and reduced the time to the operating room instead of being 3 or more days to less than 2 days. Excuse me. And what that has allowed us to do is not only get the patients through the operating room experience in a rapid and efficient manner, but also get these patients to rehab rather than to a nursing home. The problem in the nursing home setting is the mortality tends to be very high compared to rehab. And so by doing this, we get our patients, again, back to a functional outcome rather than a nursing home. And so this data that I just presented, we've presented at national meetings and are in the process of doing a final publication on this data as well. So that's kind of one of our innovations that we've developed over the last 10 years. It's a program that is recognized nationally, and we are asked to speak on it all around the state as well as the country. Next slide, please. So you can see that our redesignation was in 2015, and then 2018 was the last redesignation that we've had. And at that time, we added 4 surgeons to our roster of trauma and critical care surgeons. We also have been awarded CCPD grants. We have, the third one was last year. And since we've also gotten another grant for intimate partner violence, and that has been another area that we have been working on, is to get more and more grant funding for some of our prevention and other activities that we do. We've also been able to help our colleagues in the emergency department with a new grant that they have received. And so that way there is synergy with us and some of the other areas in the hospital and the other departments. Certainly we rely on our orthopedic colleagues, neurosurgical colleagues, and all of our other colleagues that we ask to see our patients and take care of our patients every day. Next slide. So in terms of the mechanism of injury, our most common mechanism of injury is motor vehicle crash and motorcycle crash combined. The next most common is actually fall from standing. And if you look at other level 1 trauma centers around the country, and actually most level 1 trauma centers around the country, their mechanism of injury that's most common is actually the fall from standing. And as you can imagine, as our population ages, that mechanism increases. We have a fairly high-risk population, and thus for us, we still have motor vehicle and motorcycle crash still be our #1 mechanism of injury. Our gunshot wounds is third, and this year our gunshot wounds or penetrating trauma, meaning stab and gunshot wounds, has increased up to almost 16, 17%. And that is a national trend as well. Other areas of the country have seen anywhere between a 50 and 200% increase in their penetrating trauma rates. And so ours going from 9 to 16, 17% is an increase, and it goes along with the increase that's seen across the country. The other increase in mechanism that we have seen, unfortunately, has been intimate partner violence. The intimate partner violence across the country has increased 2 to 3-fold, and in our community, we have seen a 2 to 3-fold increase in intimate partner violence as well. The other mechanisms, as you see, autopedestrian and assault. The importance of knowing our mechanism of injury is one of the things that you'll find us say all the time is motor vehicle crash or collision rather than motor vehicle accident. And the reason is there's usually a causation involved. So what caused the crash? Was it the vehicle? Was it the environment, the road conditions, or was it the person? And if it was a person in that they had alcohol or drugs on board, now we can institute a intervention with the patient in order to prevent a future trauma. And so we need to know where we need to use our prevention attention, if you will, to best get the best outcomes. And so we keep very close tabs on the mechanisms of injury. Next slide, please.
So we're heavily involved in professional education. It's one of the charges of being a level 1 trauma center. So these are just some of the courses that we offer. Recognizing that Tarrant County, the JPS is Tarrant County's only level 1 trauma center, we provide education to smaller facilities, both within Tarrant County and outside of Tarrant County. So when we host our advanced trauma life support courses, we often have physicians and advanced practice nurses traveling from all over the state, and even out of state, to come and attend our courses. And we feel that that's, you know, giving back into our community so that our rural trauma centers are providing the best care to patients, and also helping patients get to definitive care in a timely manner. In 2020, last week, we held our 10th annual trauma symposium, and this was our first virtual trauma symposium. So it was really exciting for our team, and I think it went off really well. Additionally, in addition to the standard courses, we also are heavily involved in the Stop the Bleed training. We were the first hospital in our region to offer a Stop the Bleed training via Facebook Live, and that training received over 48,000 hits or views. So we were able to reach a very large audience through that innovation. Next slide, please. As Dr. Gandhi mentioned, our violence and injury prevention efforts are based on our data, and as we see the violence-related mechanisms increasing, a lot of our injury prevention is focusing on violence prevention. That is the premise of why we've been able to receive approximately $320,000 from the Fort Worth CCPD grant over the past 4 years to develop programs that target areas within our community with the highest rates of violence. Violence is not the only area that we focus on. We've been very involved in advocacy. Our injury prevention manager serves on the Governor's EMS and Trauma Advisory Council. We have also taken patients down to Austin 3 different times to speak at the Capitol to advocate for trauma centers and trauma center funding. Of course, we focus on our geriatric population, and because falls are the leading mechanism of injury in that population, we are involved in a matter of balance, as well as Tarrant County Senior Synergy Workshop. And most recently, we've added screening and brief intervention with referral to treatment to our patient population, because there is a high volume of patients that we receive who are impaired. We perform a screening and intervention during that hospitalization, during that teachable moment, to try to prevent them from having repeat injuries related to substance impairment. Next slide, please.
We get asked often, what differentiates a level 1 trauma center from a level 2 or other trauma center? And by far, the most important thing that we do as a level 1, besides outstanding care, is research, scholarly activity, and education. I'll start with education first. We educate residents. So these are people who've gone through medical school, and now they're in their training for emergency medicine, surgery, a host of other areas. And we have a very robust residency program set here, as well as fellowship. And so that sets us apart. The other is research and scholarly activity. So over the past 4 years, we've had peer-reviewed publications and book chapters, a total of 43, including 18 podium and panel presentations and 5 posters at national conferences. So a total of 66 scholarly activity, if you will, per year for the last 3 years. So that's about 22 scholarly activities per year. So that's fairly robust. The college requires that you have a minimum of 20 over 3 years. And we do over 20 every year. And so I think we show that we are a robust level 1 trauma center. Our publications are not just in small journals, but as you see here, we have publications in JAMA, Trauma Surgery, The Lancet, and other major publications that are #1 or level 1 publications in our country as well as the world. So our publications are quite widespread in their dissemination. Next slide, please.
So part of our trauma initiatives are based on our data, as I'd said before, and our findings in our quality review. So we benchmark against ourselves and our own performance year to year, quarter to quarter, and we also benchmark through regional and national risk-adjusted benchmark studies. For this slide shows an example of our internal benchmarking against our own quality metrics. We follow several complications, and you'll see moving from right to left, 2018 to 2020, that following some interventions, we were able to reduce our acute kidney injury. The intervention that we performed was antibiotic stewardship, making sure that we were using appropriate antibiotics at the appropriate times, and we were able to successfully reduce our acute kidney injury rates. We've also been able to reduce our DVT and pulmonary embolism rates through focus on timely VTE prophylaxis. That has been evidenced not only in our own benchmarking, but also in our national benchmarking studies through the Trauma Quality Improvement Program, or TQIP. And then our focus on appropriate antibiotics, timely antibiotics, unnecessary transfusions, and wound care has helped to reduce our surgical site infections and trauma. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot from our trauma quality improvement benchmark studies. There's a lot of information on the slide here, but I'm gonna ask you to take your attention to the highlighted portions. The first highlight under cohort all patients for your hospital versus the number above is all hospitals who submit to the Trauma Quality Improvement Program, or TQIP. This is an example of our VTE prophylaxis. So you'll see that we are using VTE prophylaxis at a higher rate than our comparative centers in all of our cohorts. And VTE prophylaxis is essential for trauma patients because of the mechanism of injury and the pathophysiology that occurs following injury. The table 34 below is regarding our massive transfusion protocol, plasma to packed red blood cell ratios. The goal in trauma patients is to transfuse patients with a 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 ratio of packed red blood cells to plasma. And you'll see that we are achieving a 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 ratio 100% of the time, compared to other hospitals across the nation who are achieving that at 69% compliance. Next slide, please.
So one of the major differences between trauma and other kind of programs is the quality initiatives. And so what we try and do is have evidence-based process measures. And we get a lot of this evidence-based process measures from the American College of Surgeons Trauma Quality Improvement Program. And this is one example of best practices in the management of orthopedic trauma. And so what we've done by putting together and putting into practice some of these best practices is our time to antibiotics have gone down, time to the operating room has gone down, and that has resulted in actually a decrease in our osteomyelitis rate, which means the bone infection rate goes down, which means we don't have to treat patients for weeks and weeks and weeks with IV antibiotics. That has a huge benefit to our patients. It has a huge benefit for us as an institution. And by being more efficient and having less complications, it also benefits our taxpayers by not spending money without good reason. And so these were one example, and this was the orthopedic measures. We have best practices in neurosurgical care, best practice in geriatric care, as well as other areas that we take care of in terms of patients. Next slide, please. I want to thank you all very much for your attention and your strong support of our trauma program through the years. And as Dr. Weber knows, I'm a big fan of his. And we appreciate his vision that he had many, many years ago. One of the other names that hasn't come up is Mr. Early. So Mr. Early has also been one of the people who have wanted Level 1 Trauma Center here from the beginning. And without his support as well and his innovation, that would not have happened. So again, thank you, Mr. Early, as well as the entire board for all your strong support through all the years.
Thank you, Raj. Anybody have any comments, questions?
Yeah, this is Steve, one of your geriatric board members.
Recent geriatric.
Thanks, Raj. I appreciate that. Yeah. Cassie and Raj, this is fantastic. Thank you so much for this presentation. And it may have been Dr. Weber's vision, but now who was chairman back 10 years ago when this started? Do you remember that, Mr. Chairman? Oh, maybe that was me. Oh, anyway, sorry. No, I know we're all so proud of this, and it's such an asset to our community and to our state, and just, I mean, truly, I can't tell you how proud I am when I talk about JPS and be able to talk about level 1 trauma, and to hear y'all's presentation about what you're doing in the world of prevention and advocacy and quality and training. It's just, it really brings tears to my eyes. And quite seriously, this is just such a jewel in our crown. And so thank you for all the work you're doing. And I know this board is very supportive. And so whatever we can do to help you further that mission, please let us know.
Well, it's appreciated, Mr. Montgomery. And I'll tell a quick story. When we were going for our level 1 verification, we came up to the board to ask for support. You have to have a board resolution for support. And Mr. Montgomery, and there was, we presented and we said, is there any issues? And there was a board member who said, well, do we really need to be a level 1? And Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Fisher literally stood up and said yes and gave their reasons, and that was the end of that discussion. So again, I appreciate your support through the years, sir.
Yes, thank you so much.
Very good. I'd forgotten Steve was the chair at that point.
Oh, you're right. I was. Sorry. Thanks for reminding me. No, I'm kidding. No, I take no credit. This is truly the leadership of this organization, and I'm so proud of it. Just glad to be associated.
All righty. Anybody else? Comments, questions for Raj or Cassie? All righty. Then.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Thanks for taking the time. Is Rob still on?
I'm here.
Do we have anything for closed session?
We have one case.
All right, then, if we may, I'm going to move to executive session pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, at 16:46 hours, or that's 4:46. And how about giving us about 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene? I'd like to reconvene in open session for deliberation and/or actions deemed necessary regarding any matter listed on the closed session agenda, paragraphs 5A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. And we don't have anything that requires action, so I would entertain a motion for adjournment at 16:58 hours, or 4:58.
No move, Mr. Chair.
And second.
All righty. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Okay.
See y'all.
And we vote twice.